what our today command is. All right, so we're live on YouTube for the sake of the VOD. We knocked out one bug and added a nice enhancement via the marquee effect on hover. I broke something in the graph tooltip, though, on the main dashboard page, so it's time to fix it. And after that, maybe more bug fixes, maybe check out some of our to-dos, and I don't know. If we can get to it, I want to look at what implementing a Hacker News RSS feed listener would look like, or how we can implement Hacker News. If the RSS feed is not ideal, we might have to think about something else, but I know we've looked at it a few times. Searching via Algora could be an option. We'll see. Just not sure. But yeah, so that's our plan for today. Let's get to it. Let me finish setting up my system. And yeah, Robert Tables, you just joined the Arch, by the way, club on your Chromebook. Yeah, I saw it and I replied. Like I made a comment in the random channel over in Discord. You said, "What's stopping you from installing this on a Chromebook?" And I was like, "Well, I'd have to have a Chromebook." Oh, okay. Did they just not even ask for them back? All right, let me finish switching this stuff. Oh, you had to buy them. Oh, so they weren't loaned. Got it. That makes more sense. Server farm. Yeah, I get it, Robert Tables. Alrighty. So, picking back up where we left off yesterday. And yeah, how you doing, mullet.dev? Someone else said hello, and I forgot to say hi. Before I see it, will my memory fail me? Yeah, yep. Memory failing me. Who was it that said hi? That was Daniel. Oh, you did the today command. Got it. That's what it was. Gotcha. Ah, you bought one for international travel so you wouldn't have to worry about a nicer laptop getting stolen. That's smart. I like that idea. Yeah, that's really smart. Okay, forgot that I needed to pop out the YouTube chat so I can see it on the teleprompter. Okay, and we are live. Perfect. We should get another album going. This one's ending right now. Does Synthwave belong to Museum Junior? And Robert Tables, did you see? I lost to the manager list team by like 2 or 3 points. They had 2 people that were out too, but Devin Achan went off, and their kicker went off. Now, I got lucky with Rico Dowdle, but yeah, Josh Allen blew it. And yeah, dude, yeah, they got 15 points from their kicker. But my tight end was also out, and I didn't notice until like Sunday morning. Yeah, this is one of the best songs I play, for sure. All right, so the bug that we need to fix is this tooltip is broken, and we're not even getting any of the lines anymore. So I messed something up with the data that we're passing into the graph. But we were able to get like this, right? That marquee effect is beautiful. Like, I'm really proud of that marquee effect. We had to do some fiddling with it, but we got it. And we didn't break it for the other stuff. Let me double check that. All right, so yeah. Yep, all right. So those are good. But something is breaking with our graph data. Now, it's definitely not the graph data failing to load, which is good. Let's just double check and refresh. Right, so the data's loading just fine. Right, we're fetching the keywords just fine too. It's just this right here, and I bet it's an error that we get that we can inspect. Looks like no, we're not getting an error. But if we look at the new data that we're passing, well, that would be it. We're not getting any data. So I broke that somewhere in the way that we're parsing the actual data. And that actually gives me a little bit of a hint, I think. Well, that would be it. Oh, no. So hold on. This is in the map. We're logging new data, and it's empty. But why? This is most likely... Well, no, if it was undefined, we'd be getting... Yeah, if it was undefined, we'd be getting nan. So my guess is we're not getting found keyword. No, we are getting the found keyword. Well, instincts fail. All right, so keyword label might be the issue. I think that's it. I think keyword label. Nope, never mind. Keyword label is totally right too. Right? Like, new item is just going to have the thing, except that it looks correct. Oh, and now this is correct. What? Okay. So the new data and the new item are actually what we want. Let me double check. Well, I guess we wouldn't see it in production. Where is chart config being used? We see chart data. Oh, we're not even using chart config. That could be the issue. All right. Now let me just double check. Did we still have it in production? All right, so we do have graphs in production still, right? It's not the right value. Okay. Oop. Oh, and I put the marquee text in the wrong place. So we should move where that is. All right, so chart config was never used. And that's definitely what is in production right now. So for each keyword, oh, data key ID, this is our problem. And that should fix it. Yep, there we go. So because this could end up being kind of long, do we want to put a max width on the label and then just ellipsis it? Because we kind of get the line value on the right here. Like we see the color that it's associated with. And the ASDF is just a hack because, you know, what if someone does add really long words and stuff? That should be fine. We could make the number just be right aligned. Yeah, what do y'all think, design-wise? Hmm. Okay, so yeah, I think in the tooltip, I want the value to be bold. And then all right, justify end doesn't do it, but if we do justify self, nope. looks okay to me. Ooh. Interesting. So the hidden value is not actually working. So that's a separate bug. I'm going to call this part good. All right, so then let's get rid of this. And that looks a bit better too. Yeah, that looks way better. Yeah, I like that. All right, so we'll commit what we got. We should get rid of all those log statements. And chart config. We don't need chart config anymore. I think the colors that we have are fine now too. And then last but not least, I want to move where marquee text goes because that's in the wrong place. Nope. That was a mistake. All right, marquee text is the one I wanted to move. Update imports. Yes. Let's make sure that actually is where we think, and it is not. Okay. And then just double checking that we render. So it's broken on initial load. So we can't commit that just yet. Why is it empty on the first load? That would be why. Right, so on the first render, it hasn't set that value on the state yet. And thanks, Sergeant Pepper. There we go. All right, so that solved that issue. We got some logs in marquee text that we should fix, though. And yeah, we got logs in other places that we should probably fix, but I think those are fine for now. Yeah, we'll do like a whole separate commit to clean those up. So get tooltip working for home dashboard graph. All right, let me pour some more water. And yeah, what's everyone up to? What are you all doing today? Anything fun? And yeah, I might need to shout this out. Anyone who's using me as co-working, could you make sure that I am like the frontmost tab on whatever window it's on? If you need to create just like a whole separate window, that would help. But I want to see if that's really like the main issue with numbers lately. Like, has Twitch been really aggressive about determining if someone is like backgrounding the tab or not? I mean, Twitch has been doing a lot to deal with like bots and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. If you're watching multiple streams, it's probably going to decide on only one or two of them, and that might also be part of it. I'm curious. I want to see if the numbers tick back up. 10-hour layover in Denver, JLem? Damn. Yeah, I refuse to do flights with a layover. You use picture-in-picture? Like I'm up on your TV? Yeah, that could be part of it too. I don't know. I'm curious. I just feel like viewership numbers have been pretty low lately. But they kind of are in the entire like category anyway, so it might not be anything to do with y'all. It's just Twitch being jerks. But if we look at, yeah, let's check the value for software and game dev right now. 1.7K, like it shouldn't be that low. The Chrome feature? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if Twitch views that poorly as well. I don't know. I feel like other streamers don't have their numbers dipping, though. So yeah, I don't know. It's probably a me problem. It is getting close to TwitchCon. Yeah, I'll be going on Thursday. But let me get another album going. All right, so we got that pushed up. What was the bug that I wanted to fix that was kind of separate? Yeah, we're not able to show or hide these now. So that's a little odd. Okay, so I think that is a lie. And yeah, so at the 2-hour mark, we are going to bring back the stretch session that we used to do. I think it's necessary. I'm getting a little too thick, so I'll get up, move my legs around, do some shoulders, like circles and stuff, maybe a couple squats. But yeah, so every 2 hours, we will try to do a stretch session. And if that ends up feeling like it's too often, every 3 hours. That means we'll do at least 2 a day. Sounds pretty good, right? But yeah, let's figure out why we're no longer... Oh, and I forgot to actually clear those. So we'll clean that up. Yep. Forgot to clean out those console logs. But yeah, we need to figure out why we're no longer able to enable and disable keywords. Oh, and I think I already know. All right, so we do keyword label there. And that should totally do it. So now, voila. That was an easy fix. All right, so the issue that we have right here now is that our tooltip is not aware of the hidden values. So here's what I'll do. Instead of state for hidden keywords, We're going to make it an atom, right? But we're only ever going to use this atom in this page. I think that cleans it up, and it makes it a little easier than nesting this custom tooltip inside of the other component. All right, so now we see these. If I get rid of that, bar is no longer in the list. So yeah, I consider it a little bit of a hack, but there's no way for us to pass that state to the component. Well, actually, no, we totally could. Yeah, we could just pass it as a prop. Yeah, that would work. No, that'll work fine. So let's undo that. It was good to just see if that works. We could use that pattern in the future for places where we can't pass keywords. Or pass props. But in this case, yeah, we totally can. Wait, where was it? Here it is. All right, so we pass hidden keywords into it and then the tooltip. All right, we do this map. Returning null doesn't seem to be something they like at all, though. No, no, seems fine. Nope. And then it isn't. Cannot read properties of undefined. It's at line 60. Are the colors changing? No. Eh. Hey, what's up, humble web dev? Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, day's good so far. We're solving bugs. I'm okay with that. The way the animation works is a little wonky, but not the end of the world. You just got beat up on a cron bug? Ooh, those can be rough, because they're really hard to reproduce. All right, so one other thing we're running into is we have this like spring pastels, like pastels color list. But we're getting a black color for Flume. Do we think an LLM would be good at finding another color? Boo. We should get some like color highlighting here. feel like it's okay. Sure, why not? Better than nothing. All right, so then let's get rid of these. We don't need them. All right, so the fix here is get toggles working for lines in home graph. And add more colors. Okay. So, I would say whatever bug we had there is good to go now. Let's look at our linear board. There we go. All right, compound keywords do not display properly. That one is done. A team with 0 users is possible. I'm not sure how that's actually been happening. Storing the most recent lobsters posts. I feel like we have that, though. Yeah, get RSS history. So, yep. And then create RSS history. The moment we hit it, we throw the halt, and we start over again the next time the timer hits. So, yeah, that one looks done. Update email templates to support multiple platforms. I'm pretty sure that's working just fine now. Like, I don't think we had to change anything because I think I did it right the first time. I'm almost positive of that. That one's a little trickier to double check, though. So that's an interesting one. Foo is on lobsters only. Oh, but I think we got a bug, right? We see 86 on red. All right, so that's blue sky. Hmm. Yeah, we should have the icon for the platform that these are on this page. All right, so let me double check. Does that actually come back on the request? We do. Yeah. All right. So then they are all blue sky so far. Yep, which makes sense. And we should almost have like filters. Ooh. Yeah, as we start thinking about the filters here. Hmm. Right, if we go to Neo-Brutalism Dev and we look at the components, is there a... Right, like we see checkbox. What I'm looking for is maybe like a bar that has these things that you can like toggle and untoggle, but maybe we just do the checkboxes. Or it's a select dropdown. I don't think radio group makes sense because we want it multi-select. We almost want like a checkbox group or a like a button group. Yeah, I don't think any of these are what we want. We could do a drop down, right, with checkboxes. That could definitely be an option. So yeah, drop down with checkboxes. I kind of like that idea. Hmm. The thought I'm having is I want to be able to select the platforms that are available. But if you only have one, I mean, nah, yeah, nah. That's a problem for when we have more than just two platforms. I think for right now, that's a separate thing. But we do want to create an issue for it. So on the backlog, keyword events page, add platform filtering. And this is a feature. Now that is something I probably want to do just after we've done the Hacker News listening. Right? By the time we have 3, we're good. And yeah, the component library is Neo-Brutalism. It's really fun, right? Give me a second. I need to put some slippers on. My poor little feetsies are getting cold because I got windows just cracked way open because it's finally cold here in Washington, and I fucking love it. Oh, it's so good. It's hoodie weather again, finally. So yeah, let me go grab some slippers, and I'll be back. And man, these slippers are so good. Oh, I thought I had a plate in here, but I guess I don't right now. Have you guys seen these slippers before, though? Dude, they're so good. They're sleeping bags for my feet. Now, they're wearing through a little bit, but man, super good. Sleeping bags for the feet. Definitely gonna need to get another pair at some point. I have like another like worse pair, but these ones are good. Skiing boots? No, 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 no. They're like sleeping bags, man. Like they're totally like foldable and just blah blah blah. I guess I don't know. They could look like the liners, but liners go taller. Yeah, what's up, mister? How you doing? They are comfy, exactly. And they're warm. Ooh, and hold on. I wanted to show this off because I'm pretty proud of it. We just type in Chris Griffing and then go to videos. Oh, interesting. They changed up the order on us a bit. So yeah. Oh, I didn't need autoplay on. Can I turn off autoplay? Yeah, I don't know how. But yeah, so this talk I gave at Commit Your Code conference. Here's a link if you want to watch it. And this talk I gave at Get Merge. Oh, interesting. I hadn't looked at the camera angle yet. Oh, so they didn't even like superimpose me. That's fine. But yeah, so the one at Get Merge was posted as well. If y'all want to watch it, feel free. No stress if not. Funny how they do all the Chris Griffin stuff. No, I did not mean Chris Griffin. I meant Chris Griffing. How dare you? YouTube is not loading? Well, that's not good. All right, let me close some of these that we don't need. And then continue looking at our Trello board. Yes, and the thing we wanted to do, right, we don't even need to put it into, not Trello, into Linear. All I want to do is get the icon that the platform represents onto here. And I think we'll just do it on the left side. Yeah, I got a little bit of fine tuning I want to do here too. All right, reload the shader. All right, so on the keyword events page, let's get the icon going. Now, I think, all right, if we just do it here on the keywords page, I feel like we have a map somewhere of like the icon we want to show. Ah, yes. So we're using React Simple icons. That makes it a little easier. But a function would still be nice. Oh, but the Slack Discord is not what I wanted. Here we go. Okay, so platform icon. We're going to pull that out to a reusable component because we're going to be doing it in more than one place. All right, and then we're going to have one more thing. This is going to be size. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I like that. So then on this page, we do that. And then we do that. All right, so now we can use that on the keyword event page. All right, so then per keyword event, lurking while helping a coworker with his environment. Hell yeah, thanks, Brainless. I appreciate the lurk. Oh, that's a weird one. The placement of that tooltip doesn't seem right. It's not the end of the world. Okay. And Nil Pointer. Hey, it's been a while. What you been up to? Thank you for the follow. I think you're the same Nil Pointer, right? I feel like I remember 2 R's. Yeah, what you been up to? Oh, you probably were. Twitch loses them at some point. I think it's part of their like bot prevention. So if you haven't been in a channel for a while or chatted in a channel for a while, sometimes they just drop it. I'm pretty sure that's something they do to combat like the follow bots. That's just a hunch. I haven't had that confirmed at all, but I mean, that's the way I'd do it. Pretty sure Twitter does the same thing. All right, so what we want to do here is platform icon. I think we probably want to move it outside the tooltip, though. Oh, but hold on. I think we want to move it, actually, outside of the A tag. And now that's where the justify between is. I think the gap 4 is a bit much. We could do it as like a gap 2. Now, why are we doing this padding left, though? And then instead of the 6, we can do size equals, let's try 8. Maybe a 10. Right. You can't interpolate that. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Yeah. Because Tailwind needs to see the full string. So we can't interpolate that. We could just pass a direct REM value, or we could rethink how we want to do this. Like maybe we just pass class name. So then we go to here, and class name can just be... let me get another album going. That's not bad. I think 10 might be a bit much. Yeah, we'll call that good. Let me get another album. Let's do this one. Cool. And then we do truncate. Hmm. Damn it. So we keep running into this when we try to truncate stuff. And that's why we ended up doing the marquee yesterday. It's a bit hacky. And yeah, the text is getting cut off in a weird way. So then if I go in and we look at this, do we even need that anymore? We do. God, it's just really hacky. Hmm. I don't know. It's not the end of the world. Ooh, but we do see some lobsters posts. Way too many times, though. Okay, so we've definitely got a bug in the lobsters a little bit. Here's a thought. Okay, I think we've got a bug. Not necessarily in the fact that the post is getting, like, seen too many times. I think the bug is in when we identify a comment, are we linking to the right thing? That I'm not sure about. Interesting. I started reading the comments there. Not important. But okay. All right, so we see... Yeah, I feel like these have got to be comments. So we've got 86 total. But only 7 in this list. Yes, Ghosty also has a hot fix for a bug that they shipped as well. The biggest thing about Ghosty's update is it makes the update process way nicer. So you don't get that pop-up anymore. You just end up getting this like thing in the corner, which I haven't necessarily seen. Because I haven't fully updated. Will it bring back all my tabs? Hold on. Maybe not. Let's stop our server. And we'll see if it does. Is it the new you have mail that you keep seeing? Not sure. But whoa, the shaders got way slower. I should not have updated. Hold on. Let me update Firefox. Yeah, major performance hit on the shader. Let me just try quitting and reopening. Oh, interesting, Space Case. Well, that's kind of cool. That's a totally different thing, though. Well, damn, I guess we should do a different shader. Let's see if it gets any better. Wait, what? That one's smooth, at least. Yeah, it's just the jumping thing. Weird. Whatever. All right, so yeah, let's spin these back up. And yeah, that would be a nice feature if Ghosty would remember the tabs that you had and reopen those locations. I should have done that. All right, so we refresh. And yeah, we're just not getting an accurate ghosty value there. If we go to keywords and we look at ghosty, we see 86 events. So how is that only 7? So we've got a flaw in the back end for that fetch. All right, stats. This is the endpoint we care about, I think, right? Oh, so within the past 7 days. Well, yeah, no, they were all within the right days. So let me look at how we're doing this on the keyword controller. Oh, keyword event controller. Nope, wrong one still. This is stats controller. Dashboard here. Messijo.stats get keyword stats. Let's actually double check that then. Oh. So it's a bug, right? The 7 is actually accurate. Hmm. Okay. So the thought is if it's giving us values from a month ago, the keyword event needs to reflect the date that the event happened. Right? So if we go keywords here, no, yeah, it's working as intended. Right? Like because we're only going back 7 days and we didn't have anything besides the month ago. Right? So we just didn't have any events for that here. Yes, there's nothing we can do for that. The interesting part though, well, no, we've had ghosty tracking the whole time. It's yeah. So it's not a new keyword. We added a bunch of these BS ones just cuz. So we can get rid of these. Yeah, alright, alright. So then, yeah, that's not a bug that we need to fix. Let's double check what we're looking at here. So yeah, email templates, I'm not certain yet. Now, a team with 0 users, right? This was the process that someone else helped report for us, right? Create account, create team, invite another user, connect as the other user, remove original account from team, delete the new user account. Team with 0 users. Now, you shouldn't be able to remove the original account from the team unless this user is already an admin. Yeah. And I think a team with 0 users is not really the end of the world. We can leave that, at least for now. So I'm going to say this is a lower priority bug. All right, add disabled notification types. That's not a bad idea. Oh, and we're at the 2-hour mark. I wanted to start doing more of these stretching sessions. Do I even have a scene for that anymore? Yeah, I'd say that's good enough. So yeah, we're going to get up and stretch a little bit. I need to clean up in here a bit more so that I can scoot the chair back, but good enough for now. And yeah, technically this is a standing, like a sit-stand desk, but it's a hand crank one, so not ideal. And these strings are super long on this hoodie. But okay, so yeah, you guys are welcome to join me in a stretching session. I'm gonna get some legs up and moving, right? Hip flexor bullshit. But yeah, I'm packing on the pounds. We got to get up and stretch a little. Let's bounce up and down. Mini squats. You know, snowboarding season's coming. All right, lift them up a bit more again. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Let's do some shoulder things. Do them backwards now. And hey, what's up, Sicario? How you doing? Push-ups to get the whole body stretch? I can't really do push-ups because of my shoulder. Like I can, but I got to do them like from here. You know, like instead of like up at all, which is actually better for you anyway. But I also just don't have the space in this room. Oh boy. Ah. Nah, this is good. I need to start doing this way more. And then, yeah, we'll get right back to work. I need to maybe start keeping a timer. I don't want to go too long on the exercise stuff, but got to do it. All right, shaking the legs out. And then, yeah, let's do this one because I need the ankle exercise. We're going to stand on one foot. Let's try 30 seconds, and then we'll stand on the other foot 30 seconds, and then we'll call the stretch good. Then we'll do another one here in, I don't know, we'll say another 2 hours. And man, my right foot is way less stable. Whew. Almost went down right there. Should make it a channel point reward. Yeah, I'm actually just trying to do it every 2 hours. Just get on a pace for that. Why make someone redeem points when I should just be doing it anyway? But I do need to pour some more water, and I feel like it's whiskey time. So give me a sec. I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. So let's get to some code stuff. After I slice these limes. Or maybe just one lime at a time. And honestly, yeah, I'm liking the stretch thing. I think that is a goal that I should try and keep up with. I think every 2 hours might end up being a bit much, but maybe every 3. We'll see. So what's everyone up to? Anything fun on this solid Tuesday? Just getting into some code finally? Yeah. Have you disclosed to anyone else where you're at? Or is it still a secret? You have. All right. Yeah. I didn't want to say it because I didn't know if you had let other people know yet. So yeah, dude, you're working on Firefox, like Firefox itself. That's awesome. Are you working on Servo? Or like how much of the code base is Rust these days? Because I know Servo was like the early part that they started doing in Rust, and it's one of the big reasons they even like adopted Rust and like put a lot of effort into it. Servo was one of the first big Rust projects, actually. I'm wondering how much of Firefox is actually Rust now. Probably way more than Servo, huh? Oh, okay. Got it. Working on new features that you can't disclose yet, which is fine. But once this initiative is over, you might be able to work over to the Rust team, and that's awesome. Well, yeah, sounds cool, man. So no Rust just yet. Does that mean you're in a C++ code base at the moment? If you can say, and if not, don't worry about it. You won't offend me. On a JS team that will eventually touch some C++ and stuff. Oh, cool. Yeah, I wish we could know more. I'm curious where JS is being used in the code base. My guess would be the browser extension team, but again, don't say anything. That's just me guessing. You hear that? He didn't tell me. I'm just guessing. Anyone out there from his team that might be lurking? Oh, really? A lot of the UI is actually built with JS? I would not have guessed that. Okay. That's why it chews up so much RAM. Now we know. Just kidding. And Hunar, sorry, 1 second. You ran Omarchi's updater and you're up to date. Just didn't realize the update. You got buried in other updates. Also, you found your stream controller, so now your Stream Deck works. Sweet, dude. Dude, the Stream Deck's such a useful feature, like such a useful tool. Sorry. All right, so next feature. Just looking at the GitHub, 28% JavaScript, 28% C++, 22% HTML, 10% C. Oh, but it doesn't shout out the Rust code? Because maybe it's a dependency that they're pulling in? Which would make sense, right? Like servo and all that stuff is just maybe a dependency that the C is calling out to. I could see that. Or the C++. Well, yeah, my guess is servo here. I think it's still used in Rust, but it's its own like repo. So if they're using servo at all, they're just bringing it in as a dependency. But that's if they're even using it. I don't know. All right, so back to what we are doing. I say we start looking at the Hacker News thing again. All right, so we're able to get posts. But we're not able to do that for comments. Hmm. Nope. Interesting. Oh, no, no, no. But comments is just the link. And I would bet. Yeah, those are the same value. I was hoping that this was open source. Oh, it is. Okay. Let's look in the main. All right, so over here in handlers, aha. Okay. So hold on. We go back. We see SP and OP. Oh, and hold on. I forgot to share something. Sorry. Just got to paste this over here for work. Okay. So yeah, what's everyone up to? All right. So my main thought is that we should just be querying the Algolia feed. Right? Algolia can handle the load more than I bet that RSS thing would. Do they have any rules about how often we're allowed to fetch? It doesn't look like it. So yeah, we can fetch last stories. Sorry, one quick thing. All right, so yeah, if we want to do Hacker News, we'll just query the Algolia stuff. Yeah, all right, let's do it. I thought we'd be able to use the RSS stuff a little more, but and hold on, let me add another bug. So this one's a bug. All right, so let's put it to a vote. What do y'all think? Yeah, it's lobsters. Comment bug or Hacker News support. So what do y'all think? All right, we'll put it for 3 minutes, and if anyone wants to vote, go for it. If not, I'll flip a coin. Do I even have a coin? Ooh, I do kind of have a coin. Have y'all seen this before? If I can get it. Yeah. The price is wrong. I found this on a golf course, like either the day of or like within a day or two of Bob Barker passing away. I'm tempted to take it golfing, but I don't actually want to lose it. So I'll find some other ball marker I don't care about. All right, so anyone got any preferences? Has anyone even voted yet? We got one for Hacker News support. All right. Like, both have to be done eventually. But which one we do today, that's up to you. And I just had a random thought. There's about 20 calories in a lime. Okay. That is not breaking the bank. And I'm not even eating the fruit. So I bet it's less calories there. But the juice is probably the most calorie dense part. But if we're thinking about it, right, it's probably like 15 calories per lime. I do about a half a lime per beverage. That is not breaking the bank calorie-wise. I just had to think about it. The whiskey is way more, right? I think there's like 100 calories in a shot of whiskey. Yeah. But I guess your body doesn't treat it like sugar until it maybe gets metabolized or something. Or maybe it just turns straight into fat. I don't know that part. I'm not sure. All right, so one person voted. We got one person actually paying attention in chat. Which is fine. Totally fine. Now I'm just looking at who's actually here right now. We got a good crowd. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. All right, so the one person that voted got to decide for everyone. We're going to do the Hacker News support. What that means it just ended. Like, it was over a couple minutes ago. It should have shown. I think I saw it. Actually, yeah, I think I saw it. Who knows? Twitch could have had a bug. Who else didn't see it? And I don't think it's a big deal. Right? Like, all this stuff's got to get done eventually anyway. Sergeant Pepper saw it. All right, so Five would have picked Hacker News anyway. Well, that's what we're doing, so no harm, no foul. Let's make sure we're at a good point. Like, we don't have any hanging stuff. Yeah, we're good there. We deleted a bunch of stuff there. And yeah, hold on. Let's go look at our proxy real quick. Yeah, this is done. Yeah, we're launched. And yeah, sentiment analysis is gonna, yeah, that's gonna be a big one. Cron job for cleaning up expired links. I'm pretty sure we're done with that. Yeah, so really this planning document, way less important. I don't know if we care about keeping it up to date. Oh, and Sergeant Pepper, I forgot to ask. You are in Cali, but you're not going to be at TwitchCon, right? I just couldn't remember. Yeah, not going to make it. Sure, wanted to, but timing didn't work out. That's right. You're traveling, right? Yeah, you've got like a thing coming up, maybe? Or maybe I don't know. Brain mixed you up with someone else or something. Right. Yeah. So you're not within like day driving range. I was gonna mention though, like the tickets aren't as important, but yeah, the hotel and all that probably, maybe not worth it. The hotel's the most expensive part. LBC. LBC, dance to the rhythm, it gets harder. Who knows that reference? Come on, someone's got to know that reference. Summertime and the living's easy. RJ's on the microphone with Ross MG. I know. How could you do that? Yeah, how dare you? Me. Yeah, I can't remember where. It might not be LBC Dance to the Rhythm that gets harder, right? But they do say LBC, and then they do say at some point Dance to the Rhythm it gets harder. '90s kid, or technically '80s kid reference. '90s teenager reference. Yeah, that Sublime self-titled album was one of the first like proper albums I got. All right. So yeah, this is going to be mostly back end for now. So let's get the back end shuffled to our main editor window. We've got this lobsters folder. We'll create one at about the same level and call it Hacker News. Yeah, I didn't actually know what LBC stood for. I still don't think I know what LBC stands for, but I am now aware that it's somewhere in California. Long Beach City. Ah, okay. And I'm gonna guess that's near LA. LA. What, you never had tacos in LA? Someone will make you think you're a fucking asshole if you haven't had tacos in LA. People from LA should also shut the fuck up about hiking. What's this now? Oh, what? You never heard him? Oh, Runyon Canyon this, hiking that. It's just an asshole's word for walking. I wasn't born yesterday. Yeah, exactly. Just an asshole's word for walking. Dude, it's such good writing. I love that like whole scene. We got a link to that, right? LA. If you guys haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's a really good scene. I wish we could watch it on stream. But the YouTube police would totally get on our case. Not the people watching on YouTube, but YouTube themselves. Right? Like, we even have LA. LA. YouTube, more like HooTube. All right, so yeah, we created this Hacker News folder. We'll create the client.ex. Right, so what we basically want to do is we want to implement right? Like if we think about how we're doing the mail batching, that's going to be similar. Or we could go look at how our RSS feed parser is doing the batching as well, right? Like the timer. And I think they're probably operating on the same basic mechanism. We could also just do it as a cron job. Oh, yeah, we could just do it as part of our cron stuff. And then if we look at how we're doing our cron stuff, I believe that's over here. Yeah, right? So Messijo scheduler jobs. It's a bit of indirection. Like I'd probably want to create... I'd probably want to create a method on the scheduler, right, for jobs that then calls that then calls the method inside the module for the Hacker News stuff, right? I think that would be the move. So then we're still self-containing, like all of the Hacker News data fetching and parsing and writing to the database inside of the Hacker News module. But when we want to look at anything that's like scheduled like this, besides the RSS, because that's doing its own scheduling, we would look at Messijo scheduler jobs. And I think that's better than taking like the batch mailing logic. Because the batch mailing logic is actually like per email address. Or like maybe per account or org. I think it's per org. It's per notification, which could be per org/email. Yeah, okay. But instead of this, no, we don't want to do that, right? And instead here, that. Crontab.guru to the rescue. How do we do something every X amount of minutes? Because that's what we need to do. If we do /5, so then every 5th minute. Yeah, I think that's fine. So then we're going to do */5. Let me get more music going. So the method is going to be fetch Hacker News posts, or I guess they call them stories. I feel like once a minute isn't terrible. Let's pour another beverage as we think about this. And has anyone here considered getting that the BECU, or not BECU, sorry, the Bitcoin credit card from Coinbase? Seems nice. You get 4% cash back as Bitcoin. Right? Like the equivalent value in Bitcoin, but yeah, I mean, just bare minimum 4% is huge. And if you are bullish on Bitcoin, then it's a massive deal. Because Bitcoin, I believe, is outpacing inflation until it takes a dip. And then once it's in your wallet, like you can sell and trade it as you see fit anyway. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a good idea to me, but this is not financial advice, and you know, I'm not a millionaire, so obviously I'm not doing something right with my money. One of these days, though. Fingers crossed. I have managed to get like a 30% return every time I've like gone into the market, though. Right? Not every time. But I think over the history of crypto and stocks, I'm easily like 30% up. Now, I do tend to like cash out when I can, which may be a good idea or a bad idea. But I like being liquid enough to buy a dip. Yeah. And then it went right back up to where it was. Because of market manipulation. Turn 19 hundo into 16K? There you go. Oh, but you wish you held on to it because you sold at 19? Oof. Yeah, that's a little rough. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. You were already massively up anyway. Like, you know, you got to realize gains at some point. You definitely want to hold for a decent amount of time unless you're really trying to do the day trader thing, though, because taxes are worse if you do short-term trades. When I missed a follow, Sergio, thank you for the follow. All right, well, let's keep going. We'll keep building out these methods to do our data fetching from Algolia. I don't like the idea of being entirely dependent on Algolia, but do we think Algolia is going to be going away anytime soon? Probably not. So Algolia will probably last longer than my business. And by the time they do go away, I should hopefully be making enough money that we can really figure out how to do the Hacker News, like scraping ourselves anyway. All right, so the big part here is fetching stories. And yeah, going through HNRSS is probably not ideal. It would mean that we could re-leverage the RSS feed parser and like fetcher, but I don't know if it matters that much. But yeah, comments since X in this. We do need to figure out oh, and maybe there's some other filters. There's also the idea of querying by text. I don't know if I like that, but we may have to end up doing that for Twitter or Reddit. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Yeah, so we'll keep going the way we're going. We could go by story or poll. I kind of like that idea. And yeah, the page, nope, we don't care about any args for this. All right, so bare minimum, right? We have these methods made. Hacker News client. So then we go find our scheduling. All right, so then here in the client, we actually need to start fetching these things. I know we've got to have like a fetching library as part of our MixEXS. Rec. Rec is the one. Wrecked him. Damn near killed him. All right, so yeah, where are we gonna get this X value for at least like the initial fetch? So what we want to do is yeah, both of these we need to fetch the value similar to how we're doing it here in lobsters. Right? Lobsters.posts. Yeah. All right, give me a second. I do have to pee. I broke the seal when I went and got the limes earlier. So yeah, let me pee. What we're going to do is we're going to fetch from these the latest ID that we care about is going to be something. Hmm. But latest ID might not be what we're looking for. Yeah, shit. Right? Based upon the API that we have. Like, we don't want. Yeah, yeah. All we get is a numeric filter. All right, let me go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Yeah, I wish we could do like a since specific ID. Let me grab all of this. I'll create a new file. It knows it's JSON. All right. So the way I'm thinking about this, what we're going to want to do is detect if we start lagging behind, because the value we're going to actually store is the most recent post's ID value. Or not ID value, sorry, timestamp. So if we look at the created at I value, which is nice, they give us that, so we don't even have to convert it. We want to detect if the amount of pages grows beyond 1. Once we have a value. But if we don't have a value recorded, then we got a problem. We could massively simplify things if we just hard code a value for when we don't have it in the database. Like, how often do we think posts are being made? Do we think 5 minutes is going to be good enough? Like, I want to be able to report, like, once we get Sentry set up, I'm going to want to be able to send a message or like an alert that we're starting to lag and we're not staying up to date. That way, okay, if that's the case, then we can start fine-tuning things. What I'm also wondering is, we see common query parameters. And they limit the number of API requests from a single IP to 10,000 per hour. Oh. So we could go every minute. God, what is this thing? Some thread on the beanie. So, yeah, posts we could check per minute. Comments we want to check more often. How many is 10,000 per hour? An hour in seconds is 36 hundo. So we can make about 3 requests per second. Right? We don't want to hit that number. So no matter what, if we just put like a half a second, if we just put a single second delay between our requests, we can hit like all the pages we need. What would be a good way to detect if we are not keeping up? Honestly, I don't know if Hacker News moves fast enough for that to be a problem. Mantra Bright or Mantra Bright, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, let me get another album going. Sorry. Damn, that 10K per hour number is huge. That is massive. Yeah, this just got way better. If we could see how many posts there actually are to Hacker News, we could start like really doing some math. But I don't know where we would find any of that info. Maybe we could just ask Hacker News and whoa. Google's got a CSS bug. That's funny. Glass is so last month. Now see combo factor. There you go. Yeah, that's funny. That is pretty damn funny. Well, I'm gonna post that to work too. Man, that just made me feel so much better about all the times that I've had this bad too. Like holy shit, we've all had this bug before, right? We've all made that mistake. Or you've just never done CSS. Like there's no in between. That's funny to me. God, yeah, that is nice. Also makes you really think about all the devs that couldn't pass leak code, that didn't make it into Google, that totally would not have messed that up. But all the devs that did pass leak code bullshit at Google still have this problem. Not all the devs, but enough of them. Yeah, enough devs messed this up that it landed in prod on Google. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Oh, whose emote is that one? Oh, good one. Yeah, that emote looks so much like Code Drift's emotes. Right? Like the raccoon that he has. Or what's the Japanese word for raccoon? It's not Temujin. Is it? Tanuki. That's it. Tanuki. Damn, that's one badass raccoon. Oh, it even shows the artist. Simon Red made that? Oh, yeah, he's good. I don't think. Yeah, that's awesome. Dude, Simon's great. Yeah. It's yeah, in Chrome or just Google in general. Yeah, whatever, right? It's nice seeing that they make mistakes too. Exactly there, Sergeant Pepper. Damn, that's one of Simon Red's. That's so fucking cool. Right? Like we made it into Simon Red's stream a bunch of times just because of raids and stuff. Trying to remember when and why, but yeah, dude, that's legit. Yeah, that's super legit. Man. Yeah, that is super legit. Very cool. And I love how they shout out the artist. Yeah, thank you for sharing that, Alex. Yeah, it was some hype train emote. Yeah, that's cool, man. Sorry, I hope you're okay with me like saying the stuff that you're sending to me. All right, so back to the way we think about doing this. Yeah, I thought it was a standard Twitch one. That'd be even cooler. But yeah, you got it from a hype train. Yeah, I wonder like if the artist can just submit emotes. That's cool. Okay, so the way we're going to do this, right? Most recent story ID, if we don't have it in the database, we just want to provide a value. And latest ID, in general, it's not the end of the world if we miss one. So latest ID could easily just be the timestamp. Yeah. So we got this as an issue. Right. And we're on the stories page. If we were to just grab this value, all right, so what we do is we have the fetch stories and fetch comments methods. Hold on. Let's grab the latest or the oldest comment in this thread. All right, let's do another one of these. We're not going to go crazy tonight. I'm not going to overboard it. But still want to have, you know, have some beverages. Because, yeah, like while doing these new features and brainstorming, we got to stay loosey-goosey. And this is a good way to do so. And what's everyone up to? Who's hanging out? Who's doing their thing? What y'all up to? Anything fun tonight? Any fun plans for the week? Who are the Dodgers playing right now? I know it's it's Toronto versus Seattle. Versus the Brewers and LCS. Yeah, ALCS is Seattle versus the Blue Jays. It'd be crazy to see Seattle in the baseball Super Bowl. World Series, that's the one. I feel like it's been a while, but I don't actually watch baseball. Should have named it Super Bowl. Exactly. Come on. But yeah, how are the Dodgers doing? First pitch of the game. Damn. That is some Super Bowl. Scored 2 runs, Bob in second. So it's still early in the game. All right, so what we want to do then, right? We have fetch stories, fetch comments. We're going to end up having like a private method. And the private method is really just parse, or maybe not parse, handle. Oh, we skipped this song. Handle page. Hmm. Yeah, so like Elixir, I don't believe has while loops. Like our main goal here we want to fetch, let's say we fetch all the comments since the most recent ID, and we end up getting 2 pages worth, right? But we're only going to get one of the pages, and then it's going to tell us that there's a second page. What we want to do from there is recursively handle this. We don't need a second method, actually, right? Because these things can be recursive. So I don't like doing recursion. We're going to have some duplicated logic until we should just hammer out what this one function needs to do first. And then we're going to probably realize that there's a way to have a common function that we fetch that with. So like fetch comments and fetch stories are going to be almost the exact same, except for the tags that we care about. And then the created at I value. But even then, created at I, we don't care about. So there will be a common private method, and it's going to do all of this. Yeah. So we do want to do def p. And this is going to be fetch by tag And then this is going to be like history key. So then from here, we can grab this. And then it's just most recent ID. Right, and then default ID. Oh, I messed that up though. I think it's comment. Yes, it's comment. So then this is most recent ID. Oh. Okay, so then we've got fetch stories, fetch comments. And I got these backwards. Shit. All right, there we go. Yep. Yeah, we're going to call that good. So then we can do the logic of this recursive function. Now, hold on. So automatic decompression, request body encoding, automatic response body decoding. Yep. So then we know that it comes back as a map. Now, if we look at these endpoints, we just see hits. And hits. All right. So then from here, we want to do something like and instead of most recent ID, this is ooh, what's the right way to get the first item in a list in Elixir? So list.first or enum.add. I would say list.first is easy enough. So I don't know if I want to make it sleep. Oh, we could do timer.sleep or process.sleep. All right, so we'll wait a second to grab a second page, right? Oh, and we don't want to do hits here. And it's just created at I. All right, so then, yeah, in this middle part here, still have work to do there, but this would then trigger the next fetch of that thing, and we'll just sleep it for a second. And it looks like set RSS history, it's create RSS history. There we go. And then it's the name and the latest ID. Perfect. Okay, so then after that, and what's up, Brainless? Ooh, you'd be proud of me. I'm doing a recursive function. You'd be really proud. So I abstracted out the common logic between fetching stories and polls from Hacker News and comments, and I'm passing them to fetch by tag. And then if we have a greater than 0 number of pages that were returned, we do another fetch using the new most recent ID. I know I kind of hate recursion, but this is a really good use case for it. I do kind of hate recursion. Because to understand recursion, first you have to understand recursion. But just in general, it's usually a pain in the ass to debug, but it's a little better here. Nah, barely. Just barely. Just barely. But yeah, we do need to fetch the keywords. But I don't want to do that every single time we call fetch by tag. So that means it's going to be an argument that we pass in. You'll continue to lurk as V Rising is on at the moment. Yeah, no worries. I do need to use the restroom again. I broke the seal. And we should probably get up and do a stretch here in a second. So yeah, we'll switch it over to the restroom scene while I pee. Then we'll come back and we'll do a stretch. All right, here we go. Got some space to stretch. Let's do a little bit of stretching. Yeah, no, I'm not going to jump. But yeah, we will lift our legs and get them moving a bit because I need to do that way more. All right, let's do some shoulder stuff. Hi. Whew. And yeah, this should not get the blood pumping like it does, but it does, which is definitely worth it. So yeah, shaking the legs out a bit. Let's do the shoulder rolls backwards now. Okay. Let's bounce a little more. Okay. And yes, shouldn't sit down too quick after getting your heart going. Hmm. Alrighty. And yeah, that'll be something that we just keep going. I gotta force myself to do it. The goal is every 2-ish hours. If I can keep that up, right? Like, how long were we even doing that just now? What was that, like 5 minutes? It's definitely not like proper exercise. And actually, hold on. Yeah, we saw the jump at 6:06. Oh, that was easily like 5+ minutes. Yeah, that was like 7. If I can do that 3 times a day, that'll more than meet like the amount of, I don't know if it's cardio, but it's just being active. Heart rate's definitely not kicking up, but I can feel the blood pressure. So there's something going. But yeah, let's get more music going. Yeah, let's try this album. I don't think we've listened to this one in a long time. Well, it's a long one, too. And it is 6 o'clock, so I probably only got maybe like an hour or two left in me. I gotta think about what I'm gonna do for dinner. I can do something light, like yogurt with some hemp and chia seeds in it, and then some like salad greens. Or I could do pasta. I did just pick up some sausage today. Like the Jimmy Dean like sage sausage. Next time I go to Costco, I'll get like the big Jimmy Dean like sausage thing. Like, dude, it's like big. And I'll start like slicing it and vacuum sealing like chunks. No, I ate that last night. I don't want to do Indian food too many days in a row. I should probably use up the salad greens and the yogurt that I got like last week. There's just something better about like a hot meal. But I'm going to TwitchCon. I'll be in San Diego. I'll be eating a bunch of hot meals. There are no food trucks near me whatsoever. I'm not in Seattle. I'm in Redmond. Redmond is a suburb. Like I'm easily a 20-minute with zero traffic drive from Seattle. Like closer to a half hour. Like if I take an Uber or a Lyft into Seattle, it's easily $60. Yeah, no worries. Hold on, I gotta look at when my flight to San Diego is. It's on Thursday. Oh, it's at 1 p.m. All right, plenty of time. There you go. Maybe that's what they trained for, right? You being Shohei Otani, like right in the thigh or maybe like the bicep, I bet his swing's gonna be shit. Right? You get him right, like just Charlie horse him right in the middle of the bicep or something. Woo-wee. That's just strategy. So they just hit the wrong person. Got it. Well, that's a mistake then. New version of tail scale. Remind me later. All right, so let's continue doing this. What we want to do. Let me look at how we're doing it with the Firehose client. I just want to double check this. We handle the message, but handle message we do as a task start. Oh, and we do want list keywords by platform. Well, do we though? Right. So our to-do here is use list keywords by platform. I don't know if we need to create a whole like new task and push this to another process. Oh. So here we see comment text. But then here, yeah. Yeah, here we want to do dot title. What do we want to call this? This is lookup path. Or maybe it's just key. So hold on, wait. We see title. What about if someone posts like a discussion thread? So hold on. What we can do. Oh, so story is like always a link. Okay, so then hold on. Let's do another one of these. So it would be an ask HN. We probably want to do the show HNs too. Oh, we don't see very many ask HNs. And what's up, Xenogerm? How you doing? Wait, is that a thing? Interesting. Okay, so yeah. But yeah, why don't we see... All right, so we do see Ask HN. Yeah. All right, so we're going to have a separate Ask HN. I want this to be an array. Yeah, I appreciate that, Xenogem. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Yeah, with numbers as low as they are lately, every single view counts. All right, so story text is what we're looking for there. But we want to look at the title too. So yeah, story text is the next bit. We'll grab the last value, which is going to have this. Excuse me. Is there no way to do... Oh, I guess the @spec thing is only when it's a public method. That's a little different. Yeah, we should be able to fetch all these. All right, let me just double check. We go up to config. When you come here, the music's so chill, never stuff you would find on your own, but you can listen for hours. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like to zone out. I don't want the music to be too distracting, unless we get too much of the whiskey in us. Speaking of... Yeah, this is number 4. Should probably be the last one of the night. I had to wake up really early today so that I could take a call with the JS Nation people because I'm helping MC this year. And we went over the basic plan and gist of what happens as an MC. Can't say too much more. I don't want to spoil anything. But yeah, CJ is going to be one of the MCs too, right? Coding Garden. He was one of the MCs last year too. It'll be my first time doing like an in-person MC thing. Technically only my second time MCing whatsoever. But I did do GitKraken's GitCon stuff last year. But yeah, this year it'll be in person. Up on the stage in the IMAX. So hopefully I get some good photos out of it. Who knows? Maybe I'll have a new social media photo out of it. Might finally replace the one that I've had for like 10 years. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is we can fetch the Ask Hacker News post every 3 minutes because those don't happen nearly as often, right? Like the stories get posted way more often. All right, so yeah, we do this. This is VS Code. Nothing special. Like, we could probably even do every 5 minutes. Like, when was the most recent one? That was 346. Oh, 2346. Yeah, so we're good 2 hours past when that was. So yeah, we could even make this, I don't know, every 5 minutes. We can make it even longer. I think 5 minutes is fine though. But yeah, stories and comments we do want to do pretty frequently. And I think I actually want to do polls separately. But yeah, if we look at this one, the most recent one here, is that a bug? Did I get you, bug? Might have just been dust. Oh shit. So no, stories could have story text as well. Oh. So we don't need to do the Ask HN separately. Right? If a story can have story text, then we just want to try and match on it. So title, story text. We just call it stories. Yeah. Yep. Never mind. I'm glad we checked that. So we don't have to change anything there. And yeah, how you doing, Todd? What you up to? Just had dinner, getting some work done, eh? Nice. What are you getting done? And what'd you have for dinner? That's actually more important. Nuxt building a route management system? Isn't Nuxt file-based routing? So what would route management do when you're dealing with file-based routing? Pasta and meatballs, all homemade. Even the homemade, like even the pasta was homemade? I've never made pasta myself. That is something I've kind of always wanted to do, but just never had the time. Man, you're making me reconsider what I'm going to have for dinner tonight. Oh, so you're talking about driver schedules, locations, service routes. Ah, that kind of route management. Got it, got it. Damn, even the pasta, dude, that's cool. Handmade sauce too. Like, man, like you are making me think I probably want to eat pasta tonight. I don't necessarily need the calories, but I could eat them. Yeah, my mom used to make a homemade pasta. Like, did you do like from tomatoes or did you do from like tomato paste? Because my mom always used to do it from tomato paste. From tomatoes and then added tomato paste as well. Right, yeah, because like without the tomato paste, it gets like really runny, like really watery. And it's one of those things that you can prep a bunch of ahead of time and then just freeze it. Yeah, I picked up some of like the Jimmy Dean sage sausage. I picked up some spaghetti sauce, and I've got a bunch of noodles I picked up from Costco last time I was there. I could do that for dinner, but I could also just go the lower calorie lazy route and do yogurt with some chia and hemp seeds, and then some like salad greens. A little olive oil, pasta water, and Parmesan cheese to the sauce so it doesn't get super runny. Oh, okay. Because this is a foodie stream in disguise, Code Girl. It totally is. This is 100% a food stream in disguise. And I'm not always talking about food when you join. When you get here early, I'm not talking about food, but towards the end of stream, when I'm getting hungry, duh. Not when I'm starting. Not when you're beating a boo here. Which technically you beat a boo here today as well, because I don't think we saw him yet. Oh, that's right. That's right. Because, yeah, he's not local. Like, it's a long flight for him. Got it. That makes more sense. Yeah, my flight's on Thursday. You got a red eye on Monday to Atlanta, then Jackson, Mississippi. Okay. Is that for the conferences? Is that what, like Magnolia? Nice. Yeah, that'll be cool. I need to remember to apply to that one next year. This year, they're doing a hackathon at Magnolia as well. Interesting. What's happening at the hackathon? Gotcha. There you go. I'm so curious why Elclonk never raids us. Like, seriously, it's probably been like a year. Okay, so inside of fetch by tag here. What we want to do, all right, and this is a lot of like nested eaches. This is definitely not ideal, but some of these are like really small arrays. And we want to do a get in with this. All right, so here's a big thing. No matter what, it's always just an array. And it's never like a nested array. We should have a to-do for that, though. And yeah, this is where they're going to complain about nested too deep, which is fine for now. So this part doesn't seem right, though. So let's look at the match and notify. Where are we calling that? All right, so then for each hit we get, which is basically each post on Hacker News, so hold on, match and notify. Let's look at how this works. Where's the platform being passed? Ah, so message is the wrong thing. Yeah, so where are we doing? Yeah, message, extract message. All right, so let's look at this. We're going to end up seeing... Oh, shit. Okay, so all we end up getting is object ID. Yeah, object ID is the value we care about. All right, and Hacker News doesn't have avatars. Display name ends up just being author. I swear they're listening. All right, the posted at value. Now, where is posted at coming from? So we want to create a date time. Okay. Do we want Gregorian seconds? We definitely don't want... we could do from Unix. And the default is second anyway. Okay, so then link is that value. That looks pretty good to me. Right, so then instead of value, this is message. Message. This feels pretty right to me. Let's just see if it blends. Right? API is running. I do think maybe we want to stop and restart. But then, yeah, fetch comments. So we should see some log values here. You know, within a minute or two. Nope. Hmm. Ooh, and hold on, I missed some follows. Thank you for the follow, Darksider and Deep Thinker. Invalid request target. Uh... Hmm. All right, so they're saying it's the URL. But that doesn't make any sense. Let's see if this works. Oh, so they hate URI encode. Ah, we need query. Okay, so encode query does need an enumerable. Um, yeah, that just doesn't seem right anyway. But we could do this. Any minute now. Any minute now. Invalid request target. So it seems to me API v1 search by date. Let's double check what they're doing here. API v1 search by date. Does rec need like a base URL param? Okay, hold on. It might need a base URL param. URL looks good. Yeah, like we shouldn't need to be doing anything extra. I wonder if that is getting us. Yeah. I think that might be getting us. Just the caret. Yeah, do we think that's it? Oh, here we go. Okay. So it doesn't implement access behavior. And it's running into that. Okay, so that was it. It was definitely the numeric filters and this value being invalid. So we fixed that part. Result here. Yeah, dot body should be good. Okay. All right, so then what I want to do, we saw SQLite in there somewhere, right? Let's just refresh. Let's find something that we know is absolutely going to be in there. LLM. How about that one? Oh, right, but we don't. That's right. Well, hold on. We can just add LLM. We'll make it just lobsters. We create the keyword. Oh, but we killed the server. All right, so we should see this kickoff. I think we're going to have a bunch of bugs. Ah. No match of right-hand side value. Oh, hold on. Okay, so now this is at the model level. All right, so one thing I want to do, we want to go to RSS history. I think RSS history is actually a bad name. Well, database should be running. Okay, here we go. Interesting. Okay. Why did that create value not work? So here in the Hacker News client, we should have created this. Interesting. Like a glove. I'm surprised we don't see anything in comments there. We don't get any errors for it. I'm surprised. I'm actually really surprised that comments doesn't have the word LLM anywhere. Oh, interesting. So we see LLM. But for some reason, we don't see it actually finding it in the comments. Interesting. Oh, shit. Server.pro. It's something that's run by one of our mods. I'm pretty sure they're running it on Hetzner. Okay, so the issue we got now, and we can just stop it, is that we aren't actually bailing out of our hits here. All right, so fetch by tag here. And we're not properly setting that value. Interesting. So leaving off. So you're trying to spin up your new Python project into a production state on an Ubuntu server. Sure. Yeah, I don't know anything about publishing Python APIs. I would assume there's some compile step, but maybe not. I don't know. I do not deploy Python APIs. I use Python for other stuff, but yeah. Yeah, Python APIs are not for me. In my opinion, as far as APIs go, Python is like the worst of all worlds. Right? Lack of type safety, interpreted instead of compiled. Like, yeah, just not for me. I mean, people will say you can do it. I just don't believe them. Right? What is it? Fast API? That's one. Django. Some of that other stuff. It's just not for me. I don't think it's a good REST API environment. It's bad for lambdas. Like, yeah, I can't think of a good use case to build a REST API in Python. Now, for a microservice that you want to call out to, that you want to do some like machine learning or I don't know, something like that with, okay, I could see that. But I haven't had a need to publish any of that yet. I also feel like we're not paginating either. But I don't have a good way of verifying that yet. Yeah. So real quick, Ramu, what day are you thinking of coming down to TwitchCon? I'm thinking Sunday might be best, but really, up to you. There is like a big party I want to go to Saturday night. That's like invite only. I feel like Friday night could work, but traffic could suck. Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you were to do Saturday, yeah, let me look at what time the party is. Yeah. So this party is from like 9 till 2. So anytime before 9 would make the most sense. Like if you wanted to get back home, you'd want to leave before 9 anyway, right? But yeah, if you can't make it, you can't make it. That is fine. Yeah. Just let me know. Yeah, I think we're at a good point to leave off for tomorrow because I do have some work I need to do tonight. I also need to eat some food. Do I feel like cooking? No. Do I feel like doing yogurt? Yogurt could be the move. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out dinner over on the other stream. Let's figure out who we go raid. Who's even streaming right now? We see Frozair doing some Kotlin multi-platform stuff. Let's do that. Yeah, let's go raid Frozair. Let's make sure I spell it right. Looks like a 0. Yeah. I always mess that up. For everyone, I will be streaming tomorrow. It'll be a rare Wednesday stream for us. But because I'm going to be at TwitchCon on Thursday through the weekend, might as well stream on the Wednesday before it. So I will be streaming on this channel tomorrow. Let's solve these bugs and figure out what the hell's going wrong. But the fact that we're already getting events, I'm really proud of that. That's pretty cool. But we got bugs. We got a bunch of bugs. So let's solve these bugs. And yeah, I'll see you over on Gaming Channel. I do have some work I need to do tonight. If I can get the work done pretty quick, we could definitely see about playing some games. And the work isn't that much. And where'd that come from? Yeah, I don't know, man. That seems like a bannable thing. All right, later. See you guys soon.